Hello, everybody. Welcome to Known Realms Tolesh, Chapter 33.
3-3.
3-3. That's two digits that are actually the same digit.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Wow.
Before we dive into tonight's adventure, let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with Angie.
Hi, I'm Angie. They, them pronouns. I play Zio Marino. I'm Agonethetic on the internet, everywhere that matters. And welcome to our first inaugural poetry reading. I will be starting it off reading my favorite poem, The Tiger by William Blake.
Oh, that's fucking
Tiger,
phenomenal.
tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night. What immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hand and what dread feet? What the hammer, what the chain, in what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil, what dread grasp, there its deadly terrors clasp? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to tell people where they can find you, or no?
I said Agonethetic
did you?
anywhere on the internet. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. And
Thank you.
Lou.
Hello, my name is Lou. You can find me at Lucilia_art on most social media. Why? What is that thing? I'm Marnie. On most social medias, she, her pronouns. I play Lazuli, who also has she, her pronouns, and I struggled to pick my poem. A little bit of Monica is definitely what I want to do, but I will also be a vibe. This is an anatomically correct skull that I got for my birthday. Early birthday. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Though wise men at their end know that dark is right, because their words have forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds may have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight, and learned too late they have grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night. Grave men, near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle, not dental, into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Last but not least, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. And Angie made me change what I was going to do because I also want an animal poem now. So, John Milton's Nightingale. O nightingale that on yon bloomy spray warblest at eve when all the woods are still, thou with fresh hope the lover's heart doth fill. While the jolly hours lead on propitious May, thy liquid notes that close the eye of day, first heard before the shallow cuckoo's bill, portend success in love. Oh, if Jove's will had linked that amorous power to thy soft lay, now timely sing, ere the rude bird of hate foretell my hopeless doom in some grove nigh. As thou from year to year hast sung too late for my release, yet hast no reason why. Whether the muse or love call thee his mate, both them I serve, and of their train am I.
Thank you.
Alec.
Thank you. It feels so incredibly unfair for me to read one fish, two fish, green fish, blue fish, so I'm not gonna. Hi everybody, my name is Alec, my pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm just the proprietor of tonight's slam poetry. I will not be partaking. Maybe I'll find one that I want to read by the end of the show. We'll see. We'll see. But
During?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is we're going to be playing the game and I'm going to be like, everybody, stop. I have a poem. That's not.
I mean, maybe an NPC gets a little inspired. Who knows? I feel like Roman could pop up.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There once was a man from Nantucket whose dick
Whose dick?
whose dick was so long he could suck it.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Clip it. It's the way that you said, whose dick? And then you stopped because you didn't want to do it, but then you were like, I already said dick. He said with a grin as he wiped off his chin, if my ears were a clit, I would fuck it. There, I did the poetry. We did it.
Amazing.
It was a group effort like that activity, and we got through it. All right. Last we left off, a lot of stuff happened. Sorry, guys. I didn't get to my notes because Alec was a sleepy boy who did a nap. But we spent a bulk of the session with Zio fight. That was incredible. Sorry. With Zio as they made chase against the changeling druid who had accosted him within the Boiling Point Inn. Zio jumped out the window. The two chased as the Hamburglar was in his giant eagle wild-shaped form. The two did a bit of a chase, and then Griffin Knights of Narfolk became involved and tried to stop this situation from happening and tried to understand what happened. Fight continued. How... That's it. Lazuli saw fucking Zio tackle a fucking bird and then hit the ground and was like, we gotta go! So then Lazuli, Echinacea, Monroe, and Lapis get on mechanically constructed eagles summoned by Lapis, and the group flies in. God. It was tense there for a minute as the Hamburglar managed to tree stride out of the area, and after being questioned, Zia was only given a ticket for reckless flying. He was only given a ticket for reckless flying. I don't know why I'm fucking blanking. Does anybody feel called to help me? You can after that.
So we ended up spacing out once again. Zio went to go find Roman to kind of make sure that things were okay over there. They had a nice little conversation, and then Lazuli, Lapis, Echinacea, and Monroe all collectively came back together at the humble abode.
Yep.
And
Yvette dropped off lemon squares. And
Yvette dropped
10,000 gold
squares.
pieces.
Yes, 10,000 gold pieces as well. And then we were getting Echinacea and Monroe are going to go on a dinner date.
Yep.
Monroe did give us all gifts that
he had stolen from the gala.
that he has stolen from the gala.
Yes, and Lapis extended the humble abode. He had added a secondary floor. All right. And we ended the session with Angie, inspiration point. Thank you for helping me. We had ended the session as Monroe ferried Echinacea into his car and began to sped off. And that is where we're actually going to pick up. Echinacea, you're talking about... you had asked about, like, how many horses fast is this thing? And it's fucking fast. It's faster than any horse you've been on. You're kind of leaned back as the city around you, the lights are kind of blurring as, the speed of this vehicle is quite impressive. You can tell that this is a bit of a technological marvel. And Monroe sort of looks and is like, I'll slow down. Sorry.
No.
Keep going fast.
Yes.
All right, better hold on. You see as he hits a gear and he puts his arm over your midsection as he accelerates the car.
His head just thought against the...
It was also
Why is that necessary?
it was also Angie going,
I'm just saying, I'm like,
he's being
sir,
protective.
You don't have to do that.
He's being
Seatbelts-
protective.
It's like, that's like not something you should do with someone in a car, though.
Seatbelts don't exist.
Yeah, they do. But you guys,
And I think Echinacea is fine.
you guys pick up speed, going faster than even previously felt. You can kind of feel the force of your body kind of push back against this like velvet cushioned seat as you begin to hear the squawks of griffins. And he's like, oh, all right, well, hold on. Could you open that compartment right there?
This one?
Yeah, right there. What I want, you see those sigils under there? Give me an Arcana check.
That one.
You have inspiration. I know that for a
You
fucking
are?
fact. Yep.
I don't want to use my one inspiration on this arc. You know what? Fuck it. 16.
Perfect. You see sigils, arcane sigils, that upon looking you can see mark the same signature of the invisibility spell, just a bit altered. He's like, yeah, go ahead and trace those sigils, please.
Wait, are we doing an illegal?
Well, technically the speeding wasn't illegal.
Live a
Oh,
little
no.
Echinacea. Live a little Echinacea.
So we're already in it. Do you want to be invisible or do you want them to catch us?
They both absolutely panic and trace the invisibility.
Okay, with the 16, you can see as the vehicle itself becomes invisible. You, within the vehicle, are invisible. As you can see that the griffins kind of search around for a bit. They're like, and then they go back to their perches. And then Monroe kind of cuts into another street, slows down, and is like, all right, well, we'll just go normal speed now. Sorry about that. I got excited about the speed, and I should have thought about the legal ramifications.
I don't want to go to prison.
We're good. We're not gonna go to prison.
I'm not speeding because that's dangerous and you could have killed Echinacea.
The thing is, we're gonna have this scene, and Angie's gonna have something to say about everything. Something.
I'll mute myself.
No, you're fine. No. I prefer if you didn't. Actually, I want to see what you have to say about this. But Monroe just kind of leaned over. I apologize. We won't speed anymore. But it was kind of fun, right?
It feels a lot like flying.
It does, except you're on the ground, and it's really fast.
Where are we going?
Well, we're headed to the Bardic District. There's a really nice place where there's live music. It's called Silver Song. One of my favorite places in town.
A bardic district. Let's go.
All right. You guys take the rest of the drive, which is about 20-30 minutes up into the Bardic District. You can see performers in the street just sort of beginning their nightly fanfare. You see a small, like, collection of brothels, and you see a large collection of, like, burlesque performances. You see a beautiful array. It's very much akin to, like, oh God, New Orleans, like New Orleans, Bourbon Street, like that is very much the vibe that's happening here in Narfolk. Bright colors, the light sigils that you see lamplighters igniting are an array of colors. You see reds, you see blues, you see greens, and these like wide arrays of beautiful colors, like a part of the city that's truly alive, like nothing you had seen in the time you were in Aldengate, nothing that you'd seen in Iothalor. There was obviously some of the Harvesttide decorations in both Iothalor and Lockhinge, but this is like its own holiday in and of itself. It's something completely different.
What holiday is it?
Well, it's Dwy Day, so no holiday. This is just how it is here.
It's a holiday all the time?
Feels like it, that's for sure.
Echinacea will generously tip every single musician and like performer
That you
that
kind
they
of
walk
pass
past.
by? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do, and they all just sort of like, thank you very much. Some of them perform little like impromptu songs about you and Monroe as you're sort of walking. But then you two enter the Silver Song. It is this beautiful, like very, very classy looking establishment. You see this stage in the front where this band is setting up for the evening. The place around is a very sleek, like black and white duotone aesthetic. It's a very classic jazz club. You see these beautiful kind of awnings and like almost like in the Nightingale Theater where they were like box seats. You see like box seats up on the second and third floor where people are like sitting down watching the show and like eating their meals and having dinner. And he's like, you want to go up to the third?
Are we allowed?
Yeah.
I would love to.
Okay. You guys walk up to the hostess, who's just sort of standing. Is like, just for the two of you then. Yeah, can we have third floor, please? One of the box seats. Yes, absolutely. Looks like we don't have another full party until later in the evening, but that should be fine. Right. You see, he tips 50 platinum Monroe.
Whoa.
Well,
Hello?
if we can ensure that that's open for us for the night, that would be greatly appreciated.
That's so much money.
And she just kind of goes, oh, absolutely. And your surname? Linwood. Thank you. Kind of grabs two menus, takes you by the arm, and then you two walk upstairs, sort of sits. What do you think?
Wow. Why did that happen?
Well, I wanted to ensure that A, we had the space as long as we wanted it, and that our privacy was respected.
Oh. That's very interesting. Private. Is that how... Is it a part of like a privacy spell? I think they don't quite understand the commerce at play here.
So, in places like this, where more affluent people tend to haunt, if you show money, you're kind of afforded a little bit more respect and a little bit more consideration, which is gross and not the way I like it exactly, but sometimes you can take advantage of it, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Especially when we're trying to have a pretty private conversation.
Where do you get that kind of money? Because I can think of a number of hospitals that I would like to donate to, and I'm not good at making money, I think.
Well, I have a handsome sum of money from my military service.
Oh.
But what hospitals?
Well, there's a new hospital in Iothalor, and they named the nursery after me because we have a botanical nursery there where we can grow all of the plants needed to make healing potions, and Well, I know there's one in Aldengate, but I actually didn't get to learn its name. But I imagine that, I mean, really any of them.
You see he's writing down names. I'm happy to donate.
That's very generous. You told me that you're a freelancer and that your job is infiltration.
Yeah.
Is that something you're comfortable talking about?
Yeah. I currently will only take on clients of I don't make a lot of money from my job. a lot of the money I have is what I've earned from my military service, and that job, those infiltration jobs, are well, to help people that need it. So if things have been stolen, if things have been taken, if people have gone missing, I will infiltrate spaces and look for those things, look for those people, and do my best to get them back to where they're supposed to be.
That's very good. That seems very good.
It is. I think it is. But that's the most of the work that I do for others.
Why did you specify for others?
Well, because there's work I do for myself, which does, I suppose, impact and help others in the grand scheme.
Are you going to say what that is, Monroe?
Would you like me to say what that is?
Yes.
Well, I also infiltrate Magus Arcanum outposts.
Well, that is very impressive. That's very scary.
I start with smaller ones. I'm not going to be walking into the Alden Gate Arcanum and putting on a show by any means, but smaller outposts where I know I can get in and get out. That's usually where my focus is.
There are things I have to tell you about, but I have something that I have to do, and that we'll be doing soon. Lazuli and I both have to go to a place where we can get several things done, but after I do that, I would like to help you.
Well, this is actually good. Are you still interested in the munitions depot?
Yes, I think that what Clive do... may I quick do a perception check and then maybe cast some silence where it needs to be cast?
Yep.
Well, 14.
14. This place, it's fairly open, so it's not hard to see other people, especially other people in booths. You do see across the way, Kendall having dinner with 3 other individuals, but he looks quite enthralled in the conversation. But
Okay.
you can, so do you want to cast silence?
Is this a secure place to talk about this? I can cast silence. That's about all I can do, for our privacy.
Sort of looks. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea.
They do so, then to the exterior.
Okay.
It might be very confusing for any server who might walk in or out of here, but, you know,
Let them be confused. Wizards and their
No.
secrets.
well, I don't want to be someone who confuses other people.
That's fair.
Um, I do want to find a way to make it harder for Clive Due to create weapons for a war that may be coming. If I can maybe find some instrument that can be dismantled within that factory, I want to do it.
Well, I have good news. Not only is there the thwarting of Clive Due, but there is somebody who's worked with the Magus Arcanum in there that I have a vested interest in.
What do you mean?
One of the people that was responsible for mine and Lapis's capture. Once the Arcanum was disbanded and evicted from the duchies, some of those people found other work with powerful people in Drifton. And so this individual, who... Is it okay to talk about this? I know I overwhelmed you last time, and I don't want to.
No, I'm prepared. I'm mentally prepared, and I want to know. People need to be held accountable, and if they did that to you in Lapis, then...
I aim to hold them accountable. They constructed weapons for the Arcanum. Arcane cannons. They were looking on creating personalized Arcanum-X for mages. And we didn't know that until we were being interrogated and convinced to help. Which Lapis and I never budged. But this person works for the Due Munitions depot. And if I'm helping you fuck with Due's operation, I know that you're going to want to help me fuck with the Magus Arcanum's operation in whatever way possible. At least that's my thought.
If they have people imprisoned, then I need to fix it.
So do I. Remember what I said to you? Brick by brick. This person's a big brick. Big
I don't
bitch.
know which of... What?
Lou just went big bitch.
I don't know which authorities to go to because Shanthir is very much under the thumb of the Arcanum. And I imagine if this person is working with the Dues, then they're not going to be held accountable by Driftonian governance.
That's why I think we ask the questions first and see what they say.
That makes sense.
Then that way, we can see where their head's at. And if it's on straighter, then we'll see what happens, but they have to be held accountable. This person, yeah, they did a lot of bad.
Sorry.
Name is Kelris. Kelris. Rylan. Rilen. And he says it, and you can see in this moment, this is the soldier. This is someone who is breaking down an itinerary in his mind, understanding the mission ahead. It's not coldness towards you, it's coldness in looking at the operation. Because in his physicality, he's straightening himself, he's sort of looking down, kind of almost mapping out the scenario in his head. He just sort of... So, if that's something you're willing to do with me, to hold them accountable, I would love to have you.
course.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that that it's hard to manage, but we can do it. We've done it before. We had Ileana travel with us, Lucian's with Casimir. We can find a way.
There is a way.
Even if there's a way.
And we learn together. People like this don't deserve to exist with the power that they have in the way that they exert it over people.
I agree. I don't think that we should have power over other people.
And that's the worst part.
So Kelris, Rylan, what do they look like? Do you know? You know.
I know. Gives a description of an androgynous elven figure, stark white hair that is very short, buzzed, older in elven years, about 400 or 500. They're sort of wearing.
That's not old.
Middling in elven years. Very, very tight and well put together. Lithe and quite far more versed in their mental capabilities than their physical. They recognizable features are the heterochromia, one silver, one black eye, and then just a large scar across the center of their chin.
Okay.
How would you go about taking care of them?
Well, I suppose disarming them and then I keep relying on strong people to hold on to people who need well, we took on Ileana. We ended up letting her go. I hope that's okay. She's with Nivien, so it's okay. And then Lucian is with Casimir. So he's no longer imprisoned. I don't like it when people are just imprisoned. I think I don't like that.
I think it doesn't work sometimes, being in prison.
And it's cruel. I mean, I don't know. I need to think.
Well, I think it really depends on if this person has used their opportunities for something better. If they haven't.
That's true. Maybe no one needs to hold on to them.
Maybe that's not your responsibility. To hold on to others.
I don't know what to do.
I think disarming is a good plan. And I think we ask questions and let their words decide their fate.
What do you mean?
This is a person who has taken lives, has held people captive without recourse, without care for their families, their livelihoods. All they cared about was what those people could do for them.
I understand that. I'm asking what you're saying.
Maybe they've already had a second chance and maybe they don't deserve a third.
How do you know if they've had a second chance?
That's what the questions will be.
Monroe, I don't kill people.
Not asking you to.
Monroe, I know that I travel with people who are comfortable with murder. I am not. I am not. Sir killed Viola, and yet she lives on. She's still talking to Lazuli. Death feeds her, and we fed her. When Sir killed the halfling in Lockhinge, it made things very bad for all of Shanthier. We cannot kill people. And it's not just because it doesn't serve us, it's because it's not our place.
The Arcanum doesn't share that same respect, and they have.
I know. They're evil.
Correct. That organization and the people who choose to support it are evil. Because those people, given the opportunity to do right, have not done so. Those people who have been given the opportunity in Drifton to change have flocked to the dark corners of this place and have continued to treat human lives like cattle. The Arcanum is something I'm going to take down brick by brick, and I hope you are standing there next to me when it's demolished.
You're aware that I want to dismantle it, but we are talking about an organization, Monroe.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about dismantling people. They refuse to be spoken over.
Organizations are built of people. People make
No.
those choices. People took me and Lapis. People took you. Not an ideal. Not just an organization. People. Someone who has taken you and thrown you into the world without any help. Casimir. I'm saying we give them a chance. But I'm not willing to give them another chance to hold people hostage. I am not willing to give them another chance to take people's lives and keep them captive. To spend 3 months in a cell, not knowing who you are or what you did, to spend 8 months in a cell being asked to make weapons to kill people. And to watch your friends die. They didn't care about that.
I know.
If they start to, that's one thing. Then they can help us take down the organization. But if they feel no remorse, if they've served time and that's done nothing, I think it is our decision to fight back.
To fight back, not to take lives.
There is a point where they are not going to care, and they already don't care about our lives. So if we...
I know, it doesn't matter. We're not them.
No, we're not them. We are better.
Only if we behave as such and make choices that are better.
What would you have me do? We take all of the individuals in the Magus Arcanum who have ever done bad, we house them, we support them off of our own backs, and we teach them, if they are willing to be taught, to do better.
Precisely.
What if they do not want to do better? What if they are happy being the leeches that they are?
Presumably this place where someone is being rehabilitated is a place where you cannot do that.
How do we... You already said it, having a hard time making money. How do we do that now? How do we do that with people we cannot house?
I have to do better and make it happen. I have a home in Illenbell somewhere. Maybe I can make it into a rehabilitative space. I believe in restoring people.
I think that Tolesh will be restored, Aosha will be restored, as on a grand scale when the Arcanum does not exist anymore.
I agree.
Then we agree. They will do it again. They have done it again, and these are people that have been held accountable. Echinacea. I want what you want. I want a world where people don't have to die. It is not a fair fight.
It never is.
No, it never is. You're right. People are experiencing what we've experienced right now. And that will continue until it is stopped. You don't have to come to the munitions depot with me if you don't want to.
I am going because I have goals to achieve there.
Okay.
And I want... If this Kelvers person is hurting people, then I want to stop them. But I cannot kill them, and I don't believe killing them solves it.
Let's ask them questions, then. What we were going to do from the beginning, and let's see what they say. I'm sorry if this... I'm sorry.
Echinacea sort of retreats into themselves as they grapple with the fact that they don't have an immediate solution. They can't even solve their own problems. And I think they say that. I can't solve my own problems, so you're right, I can't solve this.
These people... He scoots over if they allow any closeness. If they retreat or do not allow it, he won't pursue.
I think they do retreat.
Yeah. You already know what they've done, what they continue to do, and what I want to do is question Kelris. And I want to see what they have to say. None of us can solve our problems on our own. None of us have the wherewithal to change the world entirely alone. It is hard for me to value the lives of people who treated me and you and Lapis and so many others whose names I will never know. Like stepping stones to their goals. Casimir wanting to resurrect his husband and having you do that instead of doing it himself.
It's not something he can do.
He can't find a cleric who knows regeneration? Who knows resurrection? Why send you, the person who he knows has no memory, who knows how little prepared for the world you were. He sent you into the world to do what he wanted. That is what the Arcanum does. And that is because they don't care about our lives. And I'm sorry.
Cares about me?
He does. Echinacea, he was ready to kill you. You said so yourself.
He thought I killed his husband.
But that's justified because it's you, right? That would have been an acceptable fate because you would have been the one to take it, correct?
I've already told you that I understand that this is a way that some of my companions see the world. And I understand that they are willing to do so, and I reckon with the fact that people are willing to do this. I am just not willing to do it.
Then
maybe I'm a coward.
I don't think you're a coward. I think that you want what we all want. A better world. A world where people don't have to rely on violence. Relying on violence is not what I want, but it is what I have. And it is the language that these people understand. And once it's done, once these people are outside of their realms of power, I don't have to kill anyone. I'm sorry to have unloaded this on you. I also just didn't want to lie to you.
Thank you for your honesty.
Is there anything you need? Angie, for you to get the fuck out of here.
I understand the reason in everything you're saying. And I am grappling with the fact that I am unreasonable. I just don't understand.
What don't you understand? Why it has to happen, or...
Why do I have to be a murderer to make the world better? Why? I don't want to.
I don't see it as murder.
It is.
I don't think you have to be a murderer, Echinacea. But I think hearing what Kelris will have to say, that might change some things.
I am sorry for what they did to you. It is no question that it is wrong. I'm just wrong.
We can learn to be right together. I've meant what I said. Every word of it. You're my friend. And I don't want you to be a bird in a cage. The cage that is around Ayosha is at the hands of the Magus Arcanum, and we both know that. I am preaching to the choir here. I'm sorry for what they did to you. I'm sorry for what Sereni and Casimir did to you.
Casimir loves me.
Then maybe you should ask him why he set you off in the world with no tools to protect yourself. Maybe you can ask him why he didn't tell you who you were, or help you figure out who you were. It doesn't sound like love to me. That sounds like putting horse blinders on a horse to make it go in a certain direction. That's what I think he did to you. I think he wanted you to do what he did, and he may love you. He may have that love, but that love is perverted by the poison that is the doctrines of the Magus Arcanum. He is incapable of loving anyone in a deeply genuine way because...
I don't know him.
You're right, I don't. You're right. I do not. I just know what's happened to you at his hands. But I shouldn't let that paint a whole picture of him. You said he's left the organization, and that is a feat that I appreciate, but setting you out in the world with 4 people you do not know, with no help, that's unacceptable. I wish you would have had Richter.
I think with no response to anything he's saying, they just get very quiet.
Okay. All right. And we will transfer over to Zio.
I don't know if it's good for it to come right to me because I'm so angry right now.
Lou.
I'm unreasonably angry.
Hi.
What's Lazuli up to?
I don't know. What am I up to? Am I still at the humble abode, or?
Yep.
Okay, I just stay there. And Echinacea are going to talk to Mordred Cannon, and I or later, or okay.
No, not later tonight. They're gonna go talk to Uldiel tonight.
Right.
I think you guys are all planning to go to
Right.
Mordred Kane probably in the next day or so.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was from.
I will say, if you think Lazuli is just kind of chilling out right now, there'll be a point where she kind of gets a tap on the shoulder as Richter kind of leans forward. Hey, I know that there are plans to go to the munitions depot, and I was wondering if you wanted to use your skills, scope it out with me.
Oh, a scouting mission?
Scouting mission, yeah. If you'd like.
That sounds quite fun.
I figured you'd say so.
Are we going incognito, or what's the plan? Do we have a plan? Are we making one now?
I figured we can go now. It's late. I might be big, but I'm still harder to see in the dark. And you're quite talented.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our first excursion.
I wouldn't say it's our first.
A solo excursion, yes. Is it?
You're
Is it
right.
not?
I figured it would
To
be
sabotage.
Oh, hello, Raiders. I didn't see that. We were in the middle of intense RP. Hi, Raiders. Thank you for popping in. No, you're right. You're right. I figured that we could scope out, see what nighttime security is like, and we can maybe help your friends get as prepared as possible. Because I should probably make my way back to Lockhinge sooner than later.
Right. I would like to take some time to prep spells.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
That's fine.
And also, I think it's I have
'Cause
to
I don't-
take Bubby on a walk. I don't know if for break is. I don't know. He's
We
he's
can
giving me eyes. Or
we can take an early break now. That's fine. We're about an hour in.
thank you very much. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
no, that's fine. That makes sense. All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. So we'll see you guys in a wee little bit and get back to the adventure. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello. We're catching back up with Lazuli and who are you punching? Never mind, I know. A
I'm
white
winding
man.
I'm winding up to punch Monroe.
Turns
Ow.
out
I just punched myself.
Monroe's Echinacea's nemesis. Oops. White man doing white man stuff. All right, Lazuli, you are with Richter, and so how do you want to tackle this? What do you think as a scout is the best way to go about this? I follow your lead.
Right. Well, have you been to the Arms Depot before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you sketch out as much as you can remember of the plans, just from your head, so we can start from what we know? And she lays out the thing, like, Mr. Landscape Painter.
He kind of sits. Let me make a check. See how bad this is. Oh, that's a 6. Pretty bad. He's a painter. He's not a drawer. So it's a little like chicken scratchy. But you get the general layout. It's 3 floors and a basement.
Okay.
Offices up top. You have parts construction in the second floor, and then the first floor is powder refinement and plan making, so things of that nature. The basement seems to be storage.
Got it. All right. Very good. Very good.
So I figured.
And...
No, you go. You go.
Well, we are wanting to sabotage this depot. We want to make sure we do it safely, so I think finding a time when it's least occupied would be good. So maybe checking schedules at some point would be good, because I don't think we want to harm anyone necessarily, merely sabotage the actual goods that are in the facility. And so putting that together, if it's a round the clock situation, understanding maybe the best place to create a diversion and get people safely out. So yes, diversion options, maybe what is the most unstable or densely populated areas, and understanding how those will interact, just taking note of those certain things. I definitely think if we are to commit arson, the powder floor is where it is going to happen. So that's where my intuition leads myself, but
I'm going to very openly say, please no arson, and no murder, please. That would be appreciated.
Okay, no, I agree about the murder.
It's a munitions depot, Lazuli.
Yes.
It will take out an entire city block.
Okay, fair enough. So maybe not all the powder.
Minimal powder, if any.
Okay, what would you propose?
Dismantle mechanics and leave the powder as is.
Or
don't light the powder on fire.
Is there a way to ruin powder without igniting it? Like water, salt, something to
Alec doesn't
make sure
know. I think it's just water, right?
Yeah, wet powder bad.
Okay. Maybe we could.
Will it ever dry? I wonder. I can ask.
I'm
sure Lapis will know.
It's probably a good point.
Ask Lapis about how to ruin powder, therefore it will not be repurposed.
You can also mix it with damp dirt.
Damp dirt. Okay. Let's see.
We'll start packing dirt, getting it wet.
Put dirt in the powder so people don't end up in the dirt.
I think even Richter can't bring himself to laugh at that. I think he's just kind of like, ideally, yes.
Just like a connection, she says. She doesn't even say it as a joke. It's merely like a oh, wives' tale. All right. So that is the content in which I think that we should observe the scouting mission.
Yep.
Now, is there anything else that you think I've omitted? I think definitely elaborating on this great base of a map may be good, but potentially adding some
Sorry,
detail.
that's me. I'm laughing. That's funny. Yeah, I think tonight for sure. Definitely check out security and see who is operating on what floors, and
Right.
prepare for the amount of people that might be there. While the work is not 24 hours, I know that it is secured 24 hours.
Right. Makes sense. How would you propose dealing with the situation non-lethally, aside from potentially just stealth? But I know that can be hit or miss.
Stealth, I mean, stealth is good. I think that is going to be the best way to go about it. Is going in stealthing. I could.
For the actual operation, not our scouting mission.
Well, we can create a distraction, get security outside of the building. We can make it so that there is some sort of event happening outside, which I could take charge in.
I see. Okay. And do you have any ideas for
I
that?
think let's not make a full plan until everybody's here.
Right.
So.
Getting better. No, all right. And then, yes. So are we stealthing today?
Yes, that's the goal. Just stealth, scope it out, and see how many people are around. See how many security officers are protecting the building, and prepare for that. Because I imagine you guys are going to want to hit it at night.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. I feel solid in my plan so far.
All right. Well, would you like to go?
I do.
All right. I will. Sort of grabs the bronze statue that you've gifted him. Well, we could fly.
Is that how far away do you think we should dismount?
We could probably hit a roof and climb down. Well, you can fly down, but I'll climb down.
Right. And griffins are a normal thing to see in the sky here, so...
Exactly.
Right.
So...
Okay.
We don't have to be... We have to be cautious, but it's not an uncommon sight, a griffin. And it's dark, so its metallic nature should be well enough covered.
Right. I will need to change. Just a moment.
Okay.
And she scurries upstairs. You just hear like the clanging of
Tang, 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 tang.
She's like rummaging around. And she's just got like her just a little white blouse, but tucked into like really trimmed, well-tailored wool trousers that are just like buttoned up to the front, and like knee-high like black leather boots. And her hair is in like the usual kind of long braid, but it's a little tighter, a little less messy. And she's kind of pinning it up, like putting a stick through it. Right.
Okay.
Now we're here for business.
No, yes, just now we're here for business. The outfit change was very important for business.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. You're serious. Got it. Let's go. Steps outside, places the griffin on the ground, and you see the transformation take part as this bronze griffin is summoned, and he sits in the back and offers you a seat in front of him.
Very nice. Thank you. Did you figure a name, or is that common with
griffins?
Not griffins, but more idle griffins, I suppose.
I'm not opposed to naming it. I just, nothing's hit me yet.
Right.
But we'll figure that out. All right. You begin to kick off as the bronze griffin begins to scrape on the cobblestone as you two lift off. As you're flying, I want you to go ahead and give me a perception check. You're able to see the lights of the city sort of bright in the night. Sorry.
Great music.
Thought about some dumb shit that Krail said once. Kite in the night. Fuck off, dude. flying, soaring. You're seeing trolleys moving back and forth, ferrying people to different destinations. You're able to see off in the distance the bright multicolored lights of the Bardic district. You can see the quarry district far off, where there is this deep quarry where people are mining, and sort of you can tell that there's a lot of that's a big part of the infrastructure here. But you fly. What was your perception check?
21.
21. You're able to see at the corner of your eye, as you're flying for about 20 minutes, you're able to see the name Due Munitions bright lighted and sort of reflecting onto the street. You see outside there are 4 guards posted in front, and there are 4 guards posted in the back by 2 entryways. You can see that there are no lights on inside except for on the first floor, where there seem to be lights on in the general warehouse area. 25, you said?
21.
21.
1 second. Two entries. No lights on floor 1. Okay.
And on the inside, you're able to see with a 21. That's a really good perception check. I'll say at this point, you guys kind of land on a roof and start making your way down. Are you flying down as you do so? To like descend from the top of the building?
I feel like I would want to like regroup and talk sneaky strategy before I get in potential visibility.
Okay, yeah. So you two are on the roof and like across the way from the munitions depot, and both of you get off, and he, takes the bronze griffin. It sort of retracts into its small icon form. He kind of takes it and pockets it. All right, well, what do you think?
First off, she like settles herself, takes a deep breath, and casts primeval awareness.
Oh.
6 miles.
Shit.
In my...
Yeah, because you're in your favorite terrain. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Why does this always happen?
Inside the munitions depot,
Because Rangers rip.
you get a large ping. Fiendish in nature. That of a devil.
Have I ever felt that before?
No. It's consuming, it's hot to the touch, and it makes you feel very small. This aura of authority.
He
Well,
like,
now you guys know
and
there's a devil
staggers
in the munitions depot.
and is like cowering. Like,
He sort of leans, are you alright?
do I know that it's a devil like a fiend, or do I just know it's
You know it is a devil. Because you get the type of creature from
Never
your primeval awareness.
anything like this, but something in my core feels like it's a devil? What is that? It's massive. Like, and she's just like taken aback and like
Hey,
freaking out.
I'm sorry. A devil?
I don't really know.
Well,
Excuse me. Sorry.
you looking at fucking Bubby right now? Excuse me.
He's like, Mom, what's wrong?
You see Richter's mind, much like Monroe's was at the restaurant with Echinacea. He goes into soldier mode. He goes into thinking. Oh, devils make pacts, bargains, deals.
What?
Maybe the dudes have made one, and maybe there's a specific means of protection that this devil offers to the munitions factory. Or its presence is just felt here. It makes sense. They are seemingly untouchable, and that rarely happens when... And he I think there's just some dejection in what the truth of the world is at this point, but rarely good people seem to get to where the dues are by just being good. So I wouldn't put it out of the realms of possibility that they've made some sort of bargain with the devil. Whether it's Clive or a predecessor, I don't know. Well, obviously we're not going in there tonight then.
We can't even go in?
Well, it's closed now. If we go in tonight, we're breaking in, which is the plan anyway, and we can do that if you like, but...
I do have an ability to where so if I cast Cloak of Shadows, how long does that...
Because that you get that from your cleric feat.
Yeah, because it says until my next turn, but if I'm not...
Yeah, that's
combat, I get
6
pain.
seconds. Yeah, you don't have invisibility for long.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Right. Did I pick up anything else in my invoke? Yeah, he's just...
He's barking. Anything else on your
Primeval awareness?
No, I'd say you didn't pick up anything that matches that level. I think like Eladrin would give off like a fey presence, things of that nature, but you are not picking up anything that is as noticeable as this.
Just looking at my shit to see if I have any something or others. Right. I mean, I suppose we could circle it and see if there's anything that we can perceive through the windows, but this in itself is deeply concerning. And I don't... She, like, after she kind of shakily, like, tucks back her hair, she's like, let me look at my list a bit more.
I think this is good enough info for tonight to bring back to the group, don't you? I don't think it's smart to look into this while you're so shaken. That's where mistakes get made.
You think... What about a better map? It... Potentially...
We could look about going to the city and getting a better map, which I can do in the morning using my clearance. I should be able to get plans.
Really?
Yeah, I'll do that.
But surely if you go as yourself, people will know. If something happens, you'll be suspected.
I've handled heat before, I'll handle it again. Between Philgwyn and Tobias getting sent to Lockhinge, I'll make it work.
It's probably best to at least go talk to everyone. Did I sense which floor that the devil was on?
The basement. I will say that with that, in the basement.
Right. And then... Goop? Can we be a little bit more polite?
Goop?
Yes, okay, we're flying back. I'm gonna mute.
Okay. Yeah, he just sort of gets you back on the griffin, and he sort of leans forward. Well... All right. We'll talk to everybody about the plan and see what they say, and then... But I'm willing, it may not be the smartest idea, but I am willing to try and get plans.
There may be other ways. Certainly some of the workers that are off duty are around the area might have something on their person
True.
that we could commandeer. Or have someone who's potentially a little bit more deft with their hands commandeer.
I worry about any sort of scrying or divination magic. If there's a devil there, I worry it might be warded against such magic, but maybe it isn't. So I don't. We'll see. But I think you're right. I think we maybe look at ex-staff.
Right.
People who
Right.
might have some lost love with the Due family.
Don't think that's going to be hard to find.
I don't think so either. All right. Well, let's go. Okay. Two of you hop back on the Griffin and fly back to the abode. Is there anything else Lazuli is doing with the evening? We're kind of getting late. You know that Echinacea is planning to meet with Uldiel after their dinner with Monroe. Lapis is just kind of doing an exist. I think he's just fucking straight vibing. He's getting the sleepy dad vibes where he's just kind of like, I think it's time to break in that new bedroom.
And then is Kaylin also here?
Kaylin's here, yeah.
Okay. I guess like with whoever, this isn't like meant to solely be just a Kaylin and Lazuli conversation. So if Victor is like hanging out also, I feel like 1 second. This is just gonna have to be this. No, don't run away. I'm gonna hold him.
It doesn't really come through too much on the microphone. I think Discord kind of cuts
I
it
mean,
out.
just
Pretty.
come up here. Do you just want to hang out?
Just want to hang out with mama. There's the
Child
chicken nugget.
is demanding. Oh.
Guys, everybody say hello to our next guest PC, Griffin.
Griffin! This is Griffin the Griffin Rider.
Griffin, what are you playing? How could you do that to Zio?
Oof.
He would steal your shit.
He looks so happy. Look at that face.
Mm-hmm.
He's
He's
so
like,
cute.
mommy, pay attention. Okay, so she would. Victor and I went scouting,
Okay.
and we detected a devil in the basement.
Oh. Kaylin's like, that's bad. That's very bad.
It felt bad.
No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Devils. Tricky. Okay, that is good to know, and we can prepare. There's a considerable fear present in Kaylin when devils are brought up. Okay, well that's good to know. Thank you.
How are you doing, Kaylin?
Afraid.
Prior to this knowledge, I mean.
Oh,
I know Bella and Jin left, and how long have you been traveling together?
3 years.
So will this be your first night without them? For
3 years.
you obviously have us, and we are so very great.
I am not lost for good company.
But still.
I will continue to worry about them, like I worry about all of you. But I know that they are beyond capable. I'm doing okay. I'm excited to be able to be here with all of you, and I'm happy to have met people that want to protect me in the way that I protect them. I think that is not something I have experienced much in my life. So, to know that you, Echinacea, and Zio not only allow me to be your shield, but keep me safe as well, is deeply comforting. How are you? Are you okay?
Yes. No.
Fuck. Yes. Mm-mm. I'm sorry. You can see that Kalen's grappling with the fact that he's been ordered more than once today to not do anything for anybody else. So he's like,
It's okay. That is not something that you can change.
Okay. Are you sure?
Positive. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
if you would love to do something for me, if you have feelings that you wish to express to someone about someone that you care about,
Mm-hmm.
but you need a place to process, I am a diligent student of Bellin and wish to be a romantic support system for you, as someone who also deeply cares for Echinacea. And I also feel
I like how you alluded to it, and then you're like, I too love Echinacea.
Yeah. Like, let's just call it in.
Thank
Bobby,
you.
why? Do you just want me to pat your face? I'm just like patting his head. Literally, this is what I have to do. And I know that I both have a vested interest, but it's not a conflict of interest. And I don't know. I hope I'm a good listener, but it's just nice, and it's a good distraction. I will just say that.
I'm a good listener.
I'm working on it. And I promise to not intellectualize any of your feelings.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Unless you want me to.
No, I do not. Thank you, though.
Right.
I appreciate that. I got enough of that. Yeah, no, I'm okay. I told Echinacea, but I've not had a lot of relationships in my life. It has never been at the forefront, and I find myself feeling very strong feelings, which I've said. And I want nothing more than to just be there. In anything. And to learn together, to grow together, to be comfortable together. I love learning with them. And I like seeing the world with them. And I think that, obviously I'm happy to do it with all of you, but I think venturing where we're going to venture with them feels like an honor. And I want to hold that dear. And I want to protect that. And I want to respect their boundaries. And I want to respect that we are understanding a lot of things and learning a lot of things, but I am very smitten, which is not a surprise.
Monroe could learn a thing or two.
Kaylin too is a well-versed student of the Bellin ways of romance. When you it kind of, is Zio still in the abode?
Yeah, I think they've been in their little quarters.
Okay.
Kind of minding their business.
When you, Zio, and Nivien met me in the prison, I was putting on a front.
Yeah, you were.
Zio, please.
Zio's not there though.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah, Zio's in their like little room, probably. Resting.
I made it. I put up walls to protect myself because I didn't think that people would want to protect me. When I heard this is a jailbreak, become ungovernable, I can't express why, And I think he is getting emotional at that. I don't know why, but I knew I was safe. And since then, it took me a while to communicate effectively. I've just wanted to be close to them. That's it.
That's so nice to hear. And I don't think it's wrong, even though it hurts, to not assume that people will protect you, especially if you've been hurt. But I'm very glad that you have found that safety here, and it is true and genuine. And I feel it from you as well, and extend it to you, and I don't know, it's just... I know. Everyone. It's just beautiful. I don't know. I'm just learning the novelty, and I say that endearing, not in a trivial way, of sentiment, of people and of things that seem so trivial sometimes, but are truly not, and render your heart in such a complex way, and it makes finding devils in the place in which you wish to explore a little bit more bearable.
Bellin has had this statement of finding your people. This thing that he believes he found with the Thortel Guild, and I know that when I look at all of you, I have found my people. I am home for the first time in 80 years.
Oh.
And the only time I felt anything close to that warmth is when I set sail with Christopher Elmsong. And even then, I know it was just the bud growing on a beautiful flower that would be my life in Tolesh. You are all gardeners in my life, and I hope to tend to your gardens in the same way.
That's gay.
Is there... Lazuli's going to kind of like reach and like hold a hand kind of like under a table, or like just be like... or, like,
he holds her hand, and Kaelin is like, all right, I have poured my heart out. I do feel better. Thank you.
Really?
I'm going to go practice kissing my pillow.
Wow.
He doesn't say that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh boy. Imagine.
Telling Zio would probably be good, or I don't know if soon Echinacea coming back, or talking to Lapis, because I think Lapis will, and like Lazuli's kind of glitching of priorities, like she's just going over like all the things that
I know that Echinacea is at dinner with Monroe, and I don't know what else they have going on for the evening, but
Nothing else, I hope.
You know that's not true, Angie.
I don't want it to be.
But we will be here when they get back, and I want to... Yeah. Yep.
Kiss your pillow.
Good night. What's up, Sam?
Good night.
He leaves. Zio. Hi, sweet baby boy. And by
Hello.
sweet baby boy, I mean you rat piece of shit.
The baby is a baby rat piece of shit.
I don't know. What are you up to? I'm not going to be... He's not the baby. Don't tell me to be nice to the baby that doesn't exist. He's a fucking rat.
Well,
the
the baby
walls
is
looking
not
for
doing
cheese.
anything, actually. The baby went back to the humble abode and went to rest.
So you're just
I
taking...
feel really bad because it's like, I feel like all of Zio's plans for the evening were pretty much done. So,
Okay.
I think it's like...
If you're resting...
Mm-hmm.
In your mind as you're sleeping, you do hear...
God.
Not technically.
Uh-huh.
Did you want to talk? You don't have to. I'm just curious. I'm not like Isteris. I won't take your magic away because you say something I don't like. I can't do that. It's yours. If anything, I just want you to know that I am impressed by you and what you're doing so far. I think in the short time that I've been watching, I'm already seeing growth in you. Keep growing. I'll be here. And the presence fades.
Zio, there was a moment of Zio wanting to reach back out, but they pulled it back because they are still trying to gather together the questions and
Yep.
the questions that they're hoping to ask
Both of them.
Halitus, both of them. And if Zia were to reach back out, they know that they wouldn't be able to stop themselves in their impulse
Gotcha.
of asking that question there and now. And this is a conversation they want to have with the presence of the people that make them feel the most at ease.
Mm-hmm.
So they're holding back. So they don't reach back out.
Okay. You, as your body settles into sleep, this sort of sensation of swaying as waves wash over your body. You remember times of resting on large wave-breaker tortoises with your father, Iolus. You feel that sensation just rocking back and forth, but then you just feel this odd sense of dread. This familiar, lingering presence that does not say a word, but reminds you that he's there. A foreboding omen that you are being watched twofold. After moments, that sensation fades as you hear in your mind, "It's a big fucking fish. Look at it." It's the words of your father kind of ringing through your mind as you feel that sensation of waves kind of take over and comfort you yet again. And you head to sleep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll pop back over to Echinacea and Monroe. The two of you kind of sit. Food has been ordered. If you're eating it, that is up to you. I think Monroe is picking at his food. And he just sort of... how do you think... I imagine it's been relatively quiet from Echinacea's end.
Yeah. Echinacea is grappling with what they have learned about themselves. This cowardice.
Mm-hmm.
And they are, like, diligently eating the meal. But, like, in the very... It's a little 1,000-yard stare. And every once in a while, they will come back into themselves and they will ask Monroe a question about his life. You like trains? What else do you like?
You don't have to ask those questions if there's something that you're forcing yourself to ask.
I do want to know about...
I like sailing too. Nice, small little sailboats I used to go with my father. I was a little boy. I hated when the little fish came up and nibbled my toes. But I always loved the sun on the water. It was always so warm.
It sounds lovely. Your father, do you still, is he in your life?
No.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We live in a world where, people like me aren't here for a very long time.
What do you mean?
In the grand scheme of elves, dwarves, people who live for hundreds and hundreds of years. People like me are lucky to get to 60 or 70. My father made it to 85. He and my mom had me when they were a bit older. And, I didn't get to see him before.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault. He's a good man. And, my mom a little bit before that. They, you like dogs?
I've met 2 dogs and I like them very much.
I think you'll like big dogs. Were the dogs you met big?
Almost as big as me.
Those are good dogs. They're I like when big dogs like that act like they're dogs that can just rest in your lap very comfortably.
Duke is like that.
We had describes a dog that is very much like a Saint Bernard. I remember I was like 10 and that he was already way taller than me. And he would always come to the couch and lay on my lap, and I couldn't breathe. His name was Lester. It was a big
How dare
boy.
you?
He is a big boy. But, I like dogs. What are some of your favorite non-adventuring activities that you've done? I know you like flowers and tending to gardens. What else?
I like making potions. They realize halfway through that that's a healing activity, and they that it's adventuring. They like kind of shake their head. I like. They think about spell crafting. They're like, nope, not that. I like I like reading.
I like reading too. Do you like dancing? Have you done a lot of dancing?
Yes.
I like dancing. The music is picking up again, and he just sort of leans forward. I know that. What do you have going on for the rest of the evening?
I have to go. Well, I have to meet. Did I tell you about Coliata? I can't remember.
You did.
I have to go meet one of her soldiers. They look so drained already.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you want me to go with you?
I'm not gonna ask you to do that.
Well, what if I offered?
There's such a heaviness to Echinacea as the music kicks up, and I think people start to dance on the first floor. Just a heart heaviness.
Mm-hmm.
If I can't be the person you need, then I'm not going to ask you.
You're my friend. Like I said earlier, I don't think there's anything, and there hasn't been anything, that changes that for me. You're still my friend. And I want you to be my friend. And when I offer, I'm offering because I want to be there. For you.
I'm not willing to kill Koliada.
I know. She is being held captive by something. I don't think you should kill her either.
Monroe, what if you didn't know? What if you didn't know? The people who took me into the Magus Arcanum didn't know that I didn't do it.
You're right. I would do... I don't know what I'd do.
They're just, in a state of overwhelm, I think. You can come with me if you want to, but you don't have to.
I know I don't have to. Oh. Is dancing something you'd want to do before we go?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Why? I asked you for your opinion, not for you to say yes.
I can see how kind you're being. And I don't know what to do.
I'd understand if you'd rather have Lazuli and Zio go with you. So I can take you back to the abode. If you want to ask them.
I mean, they know I'm going. If they want to, I'm not going to make them. Felt so hopeful a couple hours ago.
I'm sorry to have taken that hopefulness away from you.
It's my own fault.
No, it's not. It's my fault, and I understand that. I'm sorry.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I presented something that was halting and altering to you, and it has been overwhelming. It's made you see cowardice in yourself. My words, what I've presented, not anything you've done. That's my fault. I didn't pick a good time to present this, but I also didn't want to lie to you.
I'm glad you didn't lie to me.
That's not something I want to do. All right. You ready to go? Okay. You begin to trek. Is there anything you want to prepare before you go see Uldiel?
They cast Death Ward on Monroe.
Okay.
It's the first time they've cast it.
What does it look like?
They just touch his arm as the two are walking out of the space. And there is this sort of mournfulness as they reflect upon what he said about the lifespan of humans and this guilt that they can't remember the hundreds of years they've had. And I think for just a moment as they touch his arm, there's this sort of glimmer, and for the briefest instant, his ears seem to grow a little pointy before retreating back to the normal length. And I think he just feels much like Reeves, warm. It's the sensation of warmth.
Yeah.
Just in case it's bad.
If it's bad, I'll protect you.
I don't want to kill her either. And I know that I'm being stupid.
I don't kill everybody, Echinacea. That's not what I want. If we see her and it goes bad, I will not kill her. I promise. He offers a pinky, yep.
Thank you.
It is not my job or responsibility to take away your autonomy. I am not the Magus Arcanum.
I know you're not.
I know. Okay. And you get in the car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to check in. Lazuli, Zio, you know this is happening. Are you going along or... No is valid. I'm just checking because you two are aware that this thing is happening.
So if we are aware of it, then I think Zio would definitely, around the time that they were supposed to be meeting up, would get up and then go find Lazuli.
Okay.
I'm going to use one of my hit die to...
Short rest.
Yeah, to short rest.
Makes sense.
Let's do 2 of my hit die.
Smart. I don't think we've ever used hit die in the campaign so far.
We have not, and it didn't heal. Did I do it correctly?
You roll, you're supposed to roll, I think for you, God, you got 2 because you're a rogue.
So it's...
I'd say you probably get more because I think a rogue is a D8, right?
Yeah, it is, it should be 2d8 plus 4.
Yeah. So just, I'd
You
say...
might have to enter it manually.
Yeah.
D&D Beyond's weird about short rests.
Yeah.
Damn
So
you,
2d8.
D&D Beyond!
Ooh, one of those is an 8 and a 5, so that's...
13 plus 4
13
is...
plus 4.
I'm gay. 17.
17.
Yeah.
Heal, I am back to full.
Incredible.
Yes.
All right, so we'll follow you as you go check on Lazuli, who I will say at this point has ended their conversation with Kalen.
Mhm.
I think Kalen's just sort of cleaning up the abode at this point.
And
They went to
Zio
bed.
peeks in. And then, psst.
Yes?
We have to go meet Echinacea. For the lady.
For the lady. Yeah, Echinacea's going to go see a prostitute.
The lady of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, right.
Okay, well, you guys... you do have the sigils if you want to communicate and kind of orchestrate that, but that's up to you guys.
I think
Yeah.
Echinacea, or why did I suddenly...
Is it just me, or does Lou sound very quiet?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hello?
Yeah, you're
Was I
quiet.
speaking quietly?
Very quiet.
Interesting.
Is it that gain thing again?
I fucking
Mm.
hope
How about now?
it's better.
That
Better?
seemed louder to me.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I
Yeah.
can hear you just fine.
Yep.
Cool. Perhaps I shall ask Echinacea? She's using a sigil, and I don't know, I'm just...
Okay, you use the sigil. Echinacea, you feel it activate. Yep, sorry.
Lazuli,
How are you? Are you on your way?
I am on my way.
Would you like company?
Only if you want.
Can Zio hear this? Zio can hear this, right?
Yes.
Gives Lazuli a look.
We'll be there soon.
The Pugilist pub. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
We're coming.
Sigil off.
Zio's fucking looking at the camera like that. Fucking white man.
Yeah, Zio is like,
Okay, I will say at this point, Kalen's gone to bed.
about face and go right out the door and start going to the Pugilist pub.
Richter is fading pretty quickly, but he's like, if you want to get there fast, hands the bronze griffin over. You two
Right.
can fly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll make sure Lapis and Richter. I'm Richter. he's EP
Go to
baby.
bed, Richter.
I'll make sure that Lapis and Kalen are protected. But all right. I'll go.
Dream sweet.
He passes out.
Goodbye.
He does the big man sits in too comfy of a chair and passes out, which is an Alec mood. But you guys arrive, and I will say, since you guys are all sort of departing at the same time, I'll say that we arrive at the same time. Echinacea, you and Monroe sort of pull up. The car is parked in an alleyway. As you venture to the street, you see across the way Lazuli and Zio descending onto the road on a bronze griffin. You see this building in front of you that has this beautiful awning with just like a very bright red, like classic boxer's glove as like a side piece.
Oh my god.
And you can hear like a fanfare happening inside, a bit of a fight. And Monroe just sort of looks, it looks like they came.
Echinacea realizes they've been crying. They're just like, yes, they said
Zio is beelining it to them.
Okay.
Like quick, very deliberate steps. Beelines it straight over to Echinacea and Monroe, bypasses Echinacea, and then hisses at Monroe.
Hi.
And then looks at Echinacea. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Glares at Monroe.
Okay. How are you?
I'm fine. I had a nap.
That's good. The griffin is very impressive, Lazuli.
Thank you.
Okay.
Something the matter.
Mm-mm.
Monroe, 10 strides to the whatever direction you wish, please.
Get
like to
out of here.
Privately with my sibling for a moment in private, if you do not mind.
The way my back just arched. He sort of looks, nods, takes 20 paces backwards.
Dismissed.
Echinacea.
Inspiration point for
Happens.
that. The fuck?
Thank you.
10 paces in whatever fucking direction you want, bitch.
That's not here.
Damn.
Which I love it. That's also the pace of a duel. Like,
Yeah.
so, and we both got guns, so it's like,
Damn.
Damn.
why my sibling coming home crying after talking to you? Why?
Why is she crying after your date?
They
I just learned some things about myself, but I can't think about them right now because I have to think about Uldiel. And what if she isn't actually on our side? And what if...
That is always an issue with anyone we meet. Even if they say they are.
Line delivery. The desperation.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I can tell you are not ready. And
It doesn't matter.
Neither we are.
It does matter.
Do you wish for him to accompany us?
Yes.
Will that help? Yes? Right. Do you...
See you were right.
To you.
You were right. And I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
I've been wanting to do things the way that makes me feel better, instead of doing what has to be done, and I don't know how to fix it. And you were right earlier that I can't just go around resurrecting everyone. And I can't. I've been so foolish. And I'm sorry.
I don't really understand where this is coming from, or what it is that you're saying that I was right about. With the whole resurrection thing, I mean, you can. Like, what's stopping you aside from materials?
I can't.
What did he say to you that made you like this?
what I said at Viola's hut. I was wrong. I can't. I've been acting like I can just magically change people. And I can't. And I can magically just make them not want to hurt people, and I can't. And I'm not willing to do what needs to be done.
Is that what he said?
No.
So that's what you're telling yourself?
But Echinacea, I think, yeah, I still believe that there are people that can't be persuaded. You can't persuade everyone into trying to do good, but I mean, I learned from you that why shouldn't we try?
I don't think that you have existed in a mindset of absolutes. Merely, you are determined to work hard to give people the chance that they deserve. I agree with Zio and potentially Monroe that there are some people that are above reproach, but you cannot know that without trying. And you have the diligence to try, and that's what you need. And just because you can't feed every single person, if there's a person starving in front of you, you share the bread. That's just who you are. And I don't think that you think to yourself that you can solve everything, but you see a larger problem and also wish to solve that too. And just have hope. That's all, and strength. And your own personal conviction, which is the only way that you'll ever stand up for anything in this world that constantly beats you down. And so we stand with you, and you don't magically change people to something. You actually do change people with love and understanding. And I mean, I'm not a different person literally since I've met you, but my morals have shifted, and I understand that potentially my actions can be rash, and I think a little bit more before I pull out my revolver. and so
And I my bow.
Exactly. And you haven't changed us in any way that hurts ethics or actually use magic, but just who you are. And that matters. And we may still kill someone out of defense or on accident, and that is our own burden to bear and our own future that we don't know. But you still help us define our values. And certainly with Lucien and Casimir, and many people to come, and I'm sure several that we don't know yet. Your existence has an impact, even if it isn't solving everything. And it is not his right to seem like he's bringing you to some sort of reality, his own jadedness, to squash that light that's inside of you.
He's not doing that.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How are you sure?
He's not telling me what to do or how to be. And I just... He's not. And they take out their sending stone to Casimir, and they look at it and then they put it back in their pocket. I have to go. I'm sorry. Lazuli, what were you saying?
Lazuli was going to gently grab Echinacea's face and kiss him kind of firmly, like a peck on the middle of the forehead. I'm going to go talk to him, and I love you, and struts off.
I love you.
And Zio's going to wrap their arm around Echinacea's arm, loop it, and then they're just going to very, very calmly start walking in the direction of the Pugilist pub.
All of you, inspiration point for that RP, please. I'm saying please, like I'm not giving you something. Can I have that? Okay, Lazuli, you're approaching this man, this white man.
What is he doing?
Standing there. He was told not to engage. He was told to take paces back, and he did so. He is standing and just sort of he's looking at what is an advertisement that is sort of painted on the side of a building that's faded over time, and he's just watching it.
You hear those sharp little click clacks of fucking. It's very impassioned.
I'm a girl boss. Oh, I'm not.
Walking
Oh,
straight
I'm not
toward
muted.
you.
You don't have to be. He just kind of looks.
Thank you for the discretion and privacy.
Of course.
Now, would you mind, in whatever terms that you're willing, to recount the encounter that you had with Echinacea this evening to me? Quickly.
Did they tell you what happened? Because if they did, that's great. I also want to respect their privacy. What I talked about is what I'm willing to do.
Right.
And he relays what he is willing to do.
Okay. Just assume that because I don't know exactly what all meta stuff, so I'm just going to say the amount in which Echinacea has revealed, so you can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Judge. Yeah. So this.
Well, I think that the Magus Arcanum has kept people hostage, has kept people in the dark, and is still doing it. This is an organization that acts above reproach daily. They kept Echinacea captive for 3 months. They kept me captive for 8. They asked me to build weaponry, and I said I would not do it. And when that was the case, the interrogations got far more violent. In that, I think this is an organization that does not need to exist in our world, and I will do everything I can to tear it down brick by brick and end the people that need to be ended. Because those people who don't see human lives as valuable, I don't value theirs.
And so you come to Echinacea, someone who you know has suffered this fate, someone who you know is actively healing traumas, who is sensitive and bright and glowing with hope while still being in agony, and you cannot use the discretion of helping to keep that light safe in them?
Would you like me to have lied to them?
No.
Okay. Have you killed people in front of Echinacea for reasons that you hold dear? I want the truth. I don't want an excuse.
I have not said that I haven't.
Did Zio not say, at the behest of the individual, the druid from earlier today, that he never let Viper's Hand live long enough for a question to be asked?
It is not about the moral in which you
It is.
guide yourself,
It
but
is
more
exactly
the
about
attitude
the
in
moral.
which you have made Echinacea feel about their own values.
I feel terribly about that.
Good.
The world will not shift, and some people do not change. I don't have long in this world. I'm not
Fair.
you. I'm not an elf. I'm not a dwarf.
Mhm.
If I'm lucky, I have another 30 years. In our world, that is not a lot of time to impact change, so I will do so in the ways that I see fit.
Sir, I may live long, but I am not immortal.
No,
I do not have any day promised to me.
no, you don't. Nobody does. You're right.
Right.
But
Right.
it's
I
people
am.
like you who have the privilege of living long lives that get to impact the most change in this world. That's why the Magus Arcanum is where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Because people live long, and that long life breeds power. We're not here for me and my morals. We are here to support Echinacea in meeting Uldiel. Did you forget that?
I am just making sure that they feel safe and confident in this process, and they were on the brink of tears when you arrived.
I'm well aware.
That is not a situation in which someone is going to be in another vulnerable situation. And I don't blame you. I understand. Well, actually, I do blame you, but it's more.
Fuck. I don't blame you.
just-
Well, actually, fuck you. Anyway.
It's just I am protective
Lazuli,
of them.
I respect the fact that you love your sibling. I will not ask you to do anything different. What I asked Echinacea if they wanted me here, if they were comfortable with me being here, and they said yes. I'm not here for me.
Mhm.
I am here for them.
Right. Good. I just merely ask, and why I approach is to just be a little bit more conscious of how your passions affect them, because they are truly empathetic and wish to make you and everyone else happy and feel safe. And so just be a little bit more aware of how much they deeply care for the people around them, and how like she's just like ooh. She just druid crafts a flower that's like growing through the cobblestone streets. What would you do? Would you step on it?
No.
No. Would you say, oh, flowers get stomped on cobblestone streets? Stop being a flower, you stupid flower. What would you do?
I have never once, and he takes a step towards you. I've never once called them stupid. I've never once called.
Back, you fiend!
You fiend!
Do the oubliette with ye!
I have never said that the way they go about things are wrong. I think.
Sir, tone?
He walks away from you. And he walks toward the pugilist button. And that is where we're going to take our next break. Jesus.
Oh my
Christ.
god, Lazuli.
Oubliette with ye!
My hand in marriage, Lazuli.
Sir, tone!
God, that the flower in the cobblestone path thing was so good.
Yeah.
Are you gonna flowers and cobblestone roads just get stomped down? What are you gonna do? Stop being a flower, you stupid flowers! God, that was so good.
All right, everybody. Thank you for chilling out. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you. We'll be back shortly. Big ups to these players. They're doing phenomenally this session.
As are you.
I think we haven't had a big heavy session like this in a little bit, so I apologize for the lack of content warnings in chat. I will be better about that. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you shortly. can see and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh, Chapter 33. Thank you, Raiders, for popping in. Welcome to the adventure. We're happy and honored to have you.
Hello.
All right, so we find the Faded walking into the Pugilist pub. All of you are able to see as there's a very raucous energy in this space, as a lot of people are standing around what looks to be a squared circle, so like a fighting ring that is kind of barred off by what is it? Like wrought iron fencing, and you can see all of you are able to notice. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right fucking music. There we go. All of you are able to see as this large bugbear individual stands strong. Why are you not doing it?
Let me tell you that fighting pits are my favorite trope in D&D.
So you see people are like slamming drinks together. There are people taking bets and coin as this large bugbear individual who looks, you can see the veins popping on the neck. This looks to be some sort of barbarian of sorts who is slamming fists into the cage. But what you all do see is this lithe 5'8" Winter Eladrin woman who is weaving and ducking and sort of taking this glaive from her back and swiping upwards with the butt end of it, the blunt end sort of knocking the elbow, and you hear these audible cracks as the weak points of this bugbear are tackled with harsh precision. You see as the figure turns, you see this very pallid white skin, these deep blue eyes, and white hair that just kind of falls gently into a very loosely tied bun. On the left side of her face, down from the temple, across the eye, cutting through the lip, all the way down the neck, is this harsh scar that looks like black ice. It is deep and almost like obsidian in her skin. She fights with a ferocity, but a precision and a calmness. Something very akin to a soldier. She matches the description given to Uldiel, and over the course of this fight, about 5 more minutes, this bugbear is whittled down, until there is a flourish, and Uldiel uses her invoke duplicity to distract this individual, as she is a trickery cleric, and he's sort of and as he turns around, she flourishes, spinning behind her back, the glaive, and takes the butt end and just slams upward into his chin, knocking him out cold. The crowd goes absolutely wild, and you hear a Warforged announcer, and your winner is Uldiel Earlshade, and everybody just fucking clap. You can tell that she seems to be a regular here, as people are like chanting the name, and just sort of like money is being passed out as these bets are being placed. And she looks at the crowd and just sort of nods, and then kind of puts her hands in front of her lap and just bows for everyone in a very respectful manner. And then she goes over and casts Cure Wounds on the bugbear, waking him up and helping him get up. And she just says, "You did very well this week. I'm impressed." He just says, "Oh, what the fuck?" "If you've lost any teeth, I will help you in the way that I can. I apologize. You will be fine." Just sort of walks away. They both exit. Uldiel is handed a large sum of money. People who have bet on her are paid a large sum of money. What are you guys doing in this moment?
Is Zio cackling?
Yeah. Zio's just kind of like looking at the fighting pit, just like wide-eyed.
Echinacea is still gripping Zio's arm, and there is like... there was initially like fear, just knowing the like, all Aramel told me was that I have to go talk to her and then she'll tell me things about Kolyada. But they're like, again, the anxieties from earlier of like, if she just wants to kill me? What if this is a trap? They're looking at this woman and they're like, if she wants to kill me, I'll know really quickly, and it will happen.
Wait, do you think does she do they say that out loud?
Yeah.
Zia looks over to Echinacea and makes a face like she's not going to kill you.
She could kill me.
I won't allow it.
No, I would.
Oh.
Lazuli.
She's blushing.
I shouldn't assume the worst. That's not good.
It's fair to feel a little scared. I mean, this goes all the way back to kind of big things happening for you, right? It's fair to be anxious. What do you? What is it?
Can I get all of you a drink? Can I don't know what to do. Can I do something for you before we go to her?
Is it necessary for you to do something for us for you to feel a little bit better?
We could buy her a drink.
We're here for you, Echinacea. You don't have to do anything for us.
Right.
Do you need a drink?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Okay.
Okay.
What were you saying, Zio?
Nothing.
They're barking at Monroe.
I'll hold my tongue.
Okay.
But if you feel like it would make you feel a little bit better to get us a drink, then let's go to the bar.
Okay.
And Zio pulls Echinacea along with him.
Monroe sticks to about 5 paces behind the group. I think he very much feels not being wanted there by Lazuli and Zio. He's not leaving.
Yeah.
He's being present, and he's offering smiles of encouragement if and when Echinacea looks back to him. He's making
They're doing the
Zio
same thing to him.
yeah. He just
Zio uses the length of their tail to keep Monroe. It's like, you can't come past this.
He uses the ring of message and just casts Echinacea. It's okay. Your friends want to protect you, and I'm glad they do. I'm not going anywhere.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I didn't ask for an apology. I don't need one either. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong, and frankly, neither did they. They want to protect you, and that's an impulse I understand and respect.
What can I get you?
I'm gonna stay sober. I'm just gonna get water.
Okay.
Thank you.
Zio, Lazuli, what can I get you?
Yeah, Zio tries and grabs the attention of the bartender.
Yeah, you see a tiefling individual who kind of leans over. What can I get you?
I guess just your house ale. That's simple.
House ale? All right, I can do that. What about you two?
Two waters for me, and then what they are getting.
Okay, 2 waters.
I'll have.
Sorry, do you know what Uldiel Earlshade likes to drink?
She's a
It's
big
also-
whiskey drinker.
That.
And
Duh.
a double.
And
I was
another
gonna
one.
say she likes a double. You want a double whiskey as well?
Yes, please.
What are your names?
Echinacea.
Echinacea. Hi there, I'm Tommy.
Hello, Tommy.
Hey, Tommy.
I don't get your name in return. Lazuli, thank you.
Oh, I'm Zio.
Zio, pleasure. Looks back. What about you, Broody? Frederick is my name. Frederick. Tommy. Simmer down, pup. Jesus. Whoever that is. All right, well...
It's okay, he's an asshole.
Aren't we all? Welcome to this place. All right, here are your waters. 2 double whiskeys and a house ale. This is Owlbear Stout. Very good brew that comes straight here from Narfolk.
Oh.
If you want more than waters, come back to me. We got the whole, whatever you can imagine we got here.
Thank you, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Echinacea gives Monroe his water, looking for all the world, like, if they could sink into the ground, they would.
Mm-hmm.
Just like...
He just kind of pats their shoulder. Good luck. We're here for you.
So we should go approach Uldiel?
Yeah, you see she kind of takes this corner booth that seems to just be her, and like nobody is keeping distance from her out of like fear or anything like that. This is decomp time, and they're just kind of like, you see as people, like, a menu is dropped to her and she just very, very gracefully just kind of nods and says, "Thank you very much." But you guys all approach.
This is for you.
Immediately the drink is placed. She sees Echinacea and immediately stands and bows to you.
Oh. They bow in return.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Offers a hand to shake. Echinacea Belrose.
Uldiel Earlshade.
Hello.
Hello.
I am sorry.
Was she supposed to know who you are?
I don't know.
I recognize them from my time in the Winter Court and from what has happened, and I apologize. Is that what you've come to talk about?
Yes.
Please, take a seat.
They have come into contact with so few people who knew them, and only one who admitted it immediately. So there is just this combination of curiosity and shame looking at someone who knows their life story better than they do, or at least a part of it. So they sit and just kind of grip their cup of water.
Uramil said that you were going to reach out, and I'm happy you did. Thank you. I don't... you can see where the scar kind of goes over the eye, it's this milky white. The eye is dead, and irreparable, and she just sort of... I know it must take a lot to look at me. And I am sorry.
What do you mean?
The curse of the Winter Court has pained you, and has taken much from you. And I want to help alleviate that, and I am sorry it happened. I'm sorry that I was I am sorry that you were hurting.
I think you know more about that than I do.
If you have questions, please.
Well, I know that, I'm not I don't remember any of what you're talking about, and I think maybe you know that, or maybe you don't.
I know that.
And I know that I was held captive in the Winter Court for 56 years, at least on the material plane. And I know that I was being held by the Winter Court, but I don't know what for. Was it for all of that time, and why,
No.
and what did I do, and what else? What?
It was for 2 weeks, Feywild time. What did you do? You wish to separate Rhyme from Goliath. You wish to alleviate her suffering. And to stop the senseless deaths of so many Lorethians. We heeded the order of Goliath to keep you captive, so that she could continue. And there's deep shame in her saying that you were held captive for Goliath to finish her work. It is... You came with a device, and she puts it on the table. The sigil sphere. I managed to collect it from the runes before I came to the material plane, and I hope this can be treated as an olive branch between you and I. Because we share a goal. I want to heal Goliath too. And to break the curse that Rhyme, and she sort of mutters the name like venom in her mouth, Kerveth. And I want to free Lorien too. Yes.
Zio kind of like raises their hand and just says, if you remember Echinacea prior to all of this, do you remember why, the purpose, their intent on healing Goliath and separating her from Rhyme?
Echinacea's purpose in doing so?
Mm-hmm.
Because Goliath was cursed. The blade corrupted her mind. And Echinacea's husband, Lorien, is of the line of Lorethian, a descendant of Kerveth. They heard the stories of this snow queen who haunts the line and wanted to take it out. The Winter Court is known for being cold, as she kind of chuckles, a bit isolationist and separate from the Gleaming Court, but we are not ruthless killers. And...
Zio, can I perhaps answer your questions? With what I know?
Oh, I think I'm mostly asking because I want to know if you know the purpose of why you're doing it, and she knows the purpose of why you're doing it, then what is your purpose, Uldiel, in wanting to help? What do you gain from it?
I make up for holding an innocent person hostage. I make up for being a terrible soldier. I make up for the many innocent people that died by rhyme. And beyond that, I heal someone who is deserving of being healed.
Kuliata?
Yes.
What was she like beforehand?
Quiet. Stoic. Strict but gentle. I had never seen her happier than when she met Corveth. When he had promised himself to her. But then came the dejection, when Corveth realized he could not rule over the Feywild in the way that he wanted to. The excitement in receiving a gift like Rhyme, a sword crafted by a god, only for it to be a curse. A way of him cleaning up his tracks, to start over again somewhere new. Uprooting the lives of people like Echinacea and Lorien. She was kinder before that. She was a good leader. She was my friend.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I am sorry for yours.
Can I cast Identify on the Sigil Sphere to see what precisely it does? Because the description, Ishfor, when we talked with him about it, made it sound like it didn't work as far as he knew yet, but I also know that it may have been later. So they're identifying to see what it does in its state.
Yep. You cast Identify. This is an item that focuses on an object versus a person. Understanding that this begins to disenchant items. Items of great power, it begins to tackle the weave or whatever source of magic is inside it, and it begins to quell that magic. You can sense a presence of anti-magic in here. You can sense a presence of abjuration, and you can sense a presence of transmutation. All of these magics working in tandem to create a mundane item, to reverse the state of something like Rhyme to just be a blade. It would ideally, and in this case, you know that this particular sigil sphere would work. It just needs to be repaired. And this sigil sphere would focus on Rhyme. It would wrap around the item, and it would kind of like the iron bands, you know how it wraps around a person. This would wrap around an item in specific and begin that disenchantment process, and that would take the course of about 8 hours. And I will give you, I'm finishing coding in D&D Beyond, but you'll get that tomorrow.
Take your time. I just wanted to know what precisely it could do.
Yep. Does that answer your question, or is there anything else there?
Yeah. Thank you. Uldiel. Why didn't she kill me?
I don't think she killed you. She smiles. I think she knew that you were someone that could help her. There were pieces of Kuliata that would come through in moments of warmth. Her mind coming back to her, the blade falling to the wayside. As soon as one of the phoenixes encased you in amber to protect you, she ordered our forces to leave. I think she did that in a way to keep you alive. Because you were the person that came closest to healing her. To ending the madness of Rhyme. I don't think she wanted to kill you.
Did she do that to you?
Yes. After we left the Feywild and landed in the material plane, I begged her to free Lorien and the other Corporate, to break the pact with them. I begged. I had spent so long being a soldier that would watch what she did and excuse the fact that it was happening because I believed she was a good leader. And she is. Who she is with that blade is not a good leader. Not even a tactical or smart leader. Just ruthless and cruel. So I begged. And we fought. And Rhyme did this to me.
I would like to try to find a way to heal it. If you want.
She kind of, are your hands, you said your hands are gripping your water. She, if you allow, she puts her hands over yours. Just as I would like to help you heal. May I attempt some healing magic on you? She attempts to cast Greater Restoration in hopes that maybe this brings something back. In that, you feel not a claw of negativity, but just an itch. Memories rattling in cages being protected by Corporate. As the magic doesn't take. But she does smile. This confirms a suspicion. This is not the magic of the weave as we know it. This is dark weave magic. You see, if I can give information freely, I believe that the Shadow Court is working with Kerveth, and that they have used the magic of this silence to help craft Rhyme.
Silence? Like Vamir silence?
What is Vamir?
When you say the silence, Uldiel, what do you mean? If not Vamir?
It is what they called it. She does not know the name Vamir. It seems to be an entity they worship. Is Vamir his true name?
The Shadow Court worships the silence?
Yes.
Silence is an entity from the Shadowfell. Not from it originally. Maybe not even... I don't know if it's actually just the Shadowfell, but he has power there. And he is trapped in the world somehow. And they are creating Feywild rifts, or trying to. They created a bleed.
Like they're dictating points on a map.
Yes.
The Shadow Court is secretive by nature, that much is clear, but they have, what I know from working with the Winter Court, they have operated in the Shadowfell before.
Do you know if they have... Are you aware of locations where they may have used Ragwar machines?
Yes.
Where?
On the
what-
material plane or in the Feywild?
Both.
Both. On the material plane, in Colderall, they have used Ragwar machines in Midcrest. In Nornthroom. I believe one was used in Isle Thalor some weeks back.
Yes.
Mother's
Sunwall?
Heart was used. Sunwall was used.
Mother's Heart?
Yes.
What?
This was many years ago.
Oh,
Um,
wait. Wait, does Sio know about anything odd having happened?
nope. On the Feywild,
Wait, go back, go back. What do you mean, Mother's Heart? What?
that is a location on the material plane.
Yes, I know. It's my home. What?
I don't know why they did it. I don't have that answer. But I know that is a
Right.
location.
I have a theory.
Okay.
Zio, the anchor points. Famir's anchor points.
So there's Mother's Hearth, and where else?
Midcrest, Nornthroom,
Midcrest.
Isle Thalor,
I don't know.
Aldengate. This happened, and what I'm telling you is over the span of maybe a few hundred years. They've been doing this for a while. On the Feywild, the Riverlands, in the Bear Kingdom, they attempted to use one in Grokheim, the castle of the Winter Courts, but we were able to kill the agents responsible. Do you think they want to free this Vaemir?
Echinacea, do you mind if I ask a question that is separate
Please
from
do.
all of this?
Please
Okay. Uldiel, have you ever heard of the Tranquil and the Primordial Current?
I've learned a little bit about them in my studies in the Feywild, but I am not particularly familiar. Why?
Were they ever mentioned in regards to?
No. In regards to Coliado or the Shadow Courts? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
So, Echinacea, you came to free Coliada, but it did not go well.
I gathered as much that I failed. There is a visible guilt, I think, through all of this entire conversation, but it deepened.
The hands are still on there, as she just says, so did I. But we have the opportunity to not fail again. And if I may offer some wisdom, it looks like neither you or I are alone in this. And I would like to ensure that that is the case and honor bind myself to you.
What does that mean?
I make a pledge to fight alongside you, to heal, to save Lorien, to free the Corberay, and to heal Coliada.
You don't have to pledge it. I believe you.
I am a soldier. Pledges is what I know. And it is how I express my intent. I respect a healer when I see one. I had, as much as I freely admitted it in the Feywild to the dismay of my cohort, I admired your effort to heal. And I wanted to say thank you. You tried where no one else did. And that is something that I will never forget. You saw someone who was doing evil. And instead of doing what most people would do, you aim to save her. And if I'm right, you still aim to save her.
I do.
Thank you. I know that once she is free from the blade, she will work endlessly to make up for the things that she's done. And I will help her. But first, I help you.
There is such a kindness that Uldiel is expressing and such a care. And there's appreciation and a profound pain as Uldiel says that she will never forget. I believe you.
Do you permit me to travel with you? Sorry, I don't know.
They look at Zio and Lazuli, and then I'm so could we have a could we talk and then come back to you?
Yes, I will be here. I will stay here. Did you have other questions first? I'm sure you have plenty. Sadly, I don't know much of your experience outside of what I encountered in the Feywild, but I know someone. She sort of looks as you see a particular shadow that you've seen before walk into the room. A Corbury.
Thomas?
Thomas.
Echinacea gets up and runs to him.
He hugs them.
Oh.
Hi there.
Does he have a face?
He has a face. He is a bald Shatterkai man. Well, I've done my diligence. And I told you I'd find you again.
I hope the Raven Queen wasn't too hard on you.
She was not hard on me at all. She is quite gentle and understanding. We've discovered something. Corbury are not just bound by the Fae, but it seems that Shatterkai have been cursed by the god Ruin's Eye. A god on the unalloyed pantheon whose domains are corruption and blight. You see, we are children of the matron. Elves created in her image. He, Ruin's Eye, and the matron did combat as this world was burgeoning anew, as Shatterkai came to existence. And as they did, Ruin's Eye left a trap. A mark that sits with all Shatterkai, that make them susceptible to corruption upon their death.
What does that mean?
Well, when we die, we are meant to go back to the Shadowfell, to be with our matron. This brand, he pulls his chest. Now that he is dead, the brand is visible. Let me just triple check the name. I don't want to give you wrong information. It's called the Ebon brand. It is a mark that makes it nigh impossible for us to traverse back to the Shadowfell. So we linger.
How?
The Eben?
Ebon, Ebon.
Like the Ebony?
Yes.
What does the brand look like?
The brand is an eye.
Well, okay.
What? Oh, I told you.
Well, okay.
It is magic from the dark weave, akin to abjuration, that keep us from entering the Raven City. Almost like Hallow. We are not allowed, and it makes us susceptible to festering in the Shadowfell. And so...
Has anyone tried disenchanting them?
It takes Darkweave magic to do so. But... that is the information I have. It is good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Thomas. I'm sorry that
You can see me.
They will lead Thomas over to the group. This is Thomas.
Hello.
Thomas, this is Zio, Lazuli. Monroe, you know Uldiel, it seems.
I do. The matron told me that you would be here soon enough for her. So I figured I'd be patient and wait for you.
Thomas gave me back my memories of being a doctor.
Oh. That's lovely.
I wish I could have done more.
Can you do more now?
I am on borrowed time. The matron gave me permission to come here and to offer the information of the Eben brand. But I get to go home.
How do you get to go home? If Shadar-kai are being barred from the city, how did she subvert it?
What subverted it was me giving the memories back. That seemed to break the dark hold of the weave that was the dark weave that was over me. And that gave the matron the opportunity to go into her vault of memories. And to give me something to latch to. And once I took hold of it, that seemed to begin to lessen the magic.
I did a confusion. So, Thomas was holding the memories of Echinacea being a doctor in his head. They were
Yes.
being stored there by Kolyada.
Correct.
He gave them back.
Yep.
And that allowed, that act of returning the memories to Echinacea allowed Thomas to go into whose vault of memories? The Matron of
The
Ravens?
matron of Ravens memories, yes.
And that allowed him to return to the city.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not afraid to ask for more time to see if there are other ways to disenchant the brands. I'll ask. Maybe she'll be nice to me again.
It's not just being nice to you, it's being nice to her children. You're her children.
She wants that. I think that she was tricked by Ruin's Eye. And that trick made it possible for this curse to be laid upon us. But, knowing that there are people fighting for us, that means the world.
I will not stop.
Neither will I. Uldiel just sort of leans forward. Where do you go next? Then that is where I'm headed.
Right,
Oh.
right, give us 1 second. Look at Zio and Lazuli. Because she sounds very sure of herself.
New companion.
It's their home.
So it's a new companion.
Are you comfortable?
I mean, she knew you before all of this, yeah. Out of all of us, she's known you the longest. You might not remember, but she does.
Lazuli.
Thumbs up.
Red.
Read about Uldiel.
Cold never bothered me.
Maybe she can tell you more stories about the Feywild.
I think she's really strong, too. Did you see how she took down that bugbear?
Yes. Lazuli's getting redder. Yes.
It's certainly the whiskey. Sorry.
That makes sense.
I think Lazuli's type is anyone that handles a glaive.
Oh no. A pattern.
Anyways.
Thank you for being so generous with our home.
And if what we told you earlier is not enough to help you understand, hopefully someone who's known you for as long as they have, who's seen you work, she said it herself. She's grateful for the healing that you've provided.
There's this weight that just kind of sinks Echinacea's shoulders downward, as they don't know how to say. They have said it before, but they don't have the capacity or the wherewithal to say it in this moment, that they are not the person that Uldiel remembers. So they just nod.
It's funny that you say that because Zio continues. And I was planning to say this prior to you adding that, just for confirmation of no meta knowledge, but you might be a new person now, and Echinacea, you might not be that same person that you were back then, but there's something to say about conviction continuing on in a person beyond the memories of a life. You know, Coliata, it seems like she's also forgotten herself. But her conviction, she knew that you were someone meant to be protected.
Thank you, Zio. I will try. I will try to be that.
Please do. Because I know I'm following your footsteps.
What do you mean?
There's my own There's my own people I want to heal.
Shoot. An additional layer of guilt. I will message wait for you before we go to bed.
Oh,
I will do that.
thank you.
Question for you, Ange. Was Zio
Mhm.
talking about Echinacea in that moment?
What do you mean?
When you said there are people
About-
I want to heal?
Zio's context was in relation to both Isteris and Wit.
Okay, got it.
But I mean, in relation to all of this, it's very much the effect that Echinacea has had on Zio.
They squeeze Zio's hand and turn around to Uldiel. We would love for you to travel with us to Linville. You should talk to Lazuli about your experience of the Feywild, as she, I think, would love to hear about Wellsprings, and also, I don't have any other locations. Maybe the
My
river
mother,
there.
potentially, or my father, Lapis, or why do I always forget her name? It's okay. Aura. Okay, so, or Aura. Do you know of anyone of that name? There's Summer Court, so I don't know how Summer and Winter seem
Messengers,
like
right?
they might be far. Yes.
I have met Aura a few times before.
Yes.
Yes.
What was she like?
Loud.
Oh, okay. All right. What is that expression?
She was loud. I didn't like it.
Oh, okay. Loud in a
Tenacious.
voice.
Perceptive. Loud.
Was it the volume or what she said?
Yes.
Oh,
Damn.
Lazuli like finishes her drink.
I see a lot of her in you.
Hey,
Oh,
What?
well, Lazuli is very perceptive and tenacious. She's not loud.
You said that like you were trying to convince yourself. This is a neurospicy cleric with an insight up the ass.
Zio chuckles.
Knowing
laughing at.
I just think it's very funny.
I'm not loud.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Zio.
Uldiel,
I'm very loud.
I noticed. Are there any other questions I can answer?
I think that perhaps. Oh, Lazuli.
There's
I
something
was
that
being going to be cheeky. Don't mind me.
there is something that came to my mind. The phoenix that perished was picked up by her mate and was in an egg of renewal. I don't know if that brings any comfort.
I am very glad that she still exists in some fashion.
I think Lazuli's going to realize, like, it's just now going to dawn on her. Echinacea, I think you are like a phoenix. I've not thought of that.
Oh. That's very generous.
It's quite true, actually.
I think, funnily enough, it has not dawned on Echinacea either.
Yeah. I very much see a phoenix in you, in what you've experienced. A cycle of life renewed, but the core of a healer still very much in your heart. I'm excited to meet them with you, if you will honor me with that.
Of course.
Well, are there any other questions?
When do you move in?
Probably tonight. Is it? Never mind. Okay. Yes, tonight.
Are you going to ask?
How loud it was in the house?
It was very loud.
Hello.
Okay. I will get you
I mean,
set.
do you need to have it be quieter?
I'll be okay.
We have.
That's not. Oh, go ahead.
I will not inconvenience you all with my needs. I am helping you. I will be okay.
We can accommodate your needs.
No.
Yeah, that's yeah, you're a guest.
I don't.
Quite literally, our accommodations accommodate those who we are accommodating.
You said accommodate 3 times, and I still don't know what
Yes,
you mean.
it changes. You'll see. Just let your imagination run wild and ask for exactly what you need.
That's exactly how it works.
Coliata to be healed.
Well, we're not in our accommodations, and also it just means that the space becomes what you want.
I want. Oh.
Accommodate.
I think Uldiel and Kaylin are going to get along a lot.
Your bride.
Mm-hmm.
Your bride.
Right.
I think they're going to like each other.
A lot of things happened here tonight. Thomas just kind of leans over and like rests his head on Echinacea. Just kind of pulls him into a hug. Is there any way that I can help you all decompress? I know that I like to fight. I don't know if you all like to fight. We don't have to do this tonight.
Maybe not tonight, but I like the idea of getting to duel.
Lazuli, Echinacea?
I think Lazuli is a very expert combatant.
You flatter me, Echinacea.
Okay, so that is 2 of you. How would you like to be helped decompress, Echinacea?
What?
How can I help you decompress? This is someone actively offering care, and Echinacea is like, I don't know what to do with that.
I don't know.
Okay. You can let me know if you'd like when you do.
You could share a cup of tea together.
I love tea.
I love tea too.
I also like cooking.
Kaylin likes cooking.
This name keeps coming up, and you all have this smile about it. Okay. Well, if you'd like, I know it's getting late, I can help escort you back to your accommodations.
Well, that's where they're yours now, so that makes sense.
2 hour accommodations.
This turned out a lot different than I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to go to a shady part of town and we were going to get into a fight or something.
am sorry if I was blunt or confusing or anything like that, or if I've overwhelmed anyone. Well,
I think you would have loved Jin. Or Jin would have loved you.
is Jin loud? Okay, we should leave.
The
The tab is paid. Thomas kind of lingers at the table. He just sort of...
I think
Oh, please.
Echinacea is kind of loath to... This is the first person they saw on the night that Ross snuck them out to free them, and this was the first sliver of themselves returned. And I think, they just realized that, do you have 10 minutes, Thomas?
Yeah, we have 10 minutes. I'm sure I could have more time. Is it selfish for me not to want to leave you? I feel, I don't know, close to you, like a friend.
You are my friend. You gave me something very precious, and I don't know what to give you.
You don't have to give me a bloody thing, love.
But I want to, so I'm going to make you a bookmark, and then we're going to be able to write to each other.
Okay, I like that. I like writing.
And they will sit down and go through the ritual of creating this bookmark.
Okay. You do so, and over the course of the 10 minutes, the bookmark is created. And you see, as he sort of sits and comments on the magic, and it's just like, oh, that's very cool. That's a very pretty bookmark.
It has, it looks like the garden that night, way back in session 0, with all of these rose bushes and this night sky overhead and a large raven flying into the space.
He just smiles and holds it close to his chest, a place where you saw arcane lights of your memories return to you. A place that he just holds it very tightly. I'm happy I got to see you again and help. I hope it was helpful.
Very. I hope that I can help you and the other corpore.
You helped me a lot already. I remember me. And I think that's a beautiful thing, because in you getting to remember you, you help others remember themselves. And I think that's why you're like a phoenix. That warmth, that rebirth that you have and that you're experiencing is something that you're giving unto others without even recognizing it. And I think that's something truly special.
We have even more time, Thomas. He'll kiss the back of his hand.
He'll sort of lean forward, kiss their forehead, as you see his eyes go completely white and bright, as you just hear, I'll have more information. Wrong voice. I'll have more information for you. And I will look in the ways that I can. This curse is still a bit of a mystery to even me, but I will continue to research it. And Thomas will not be far from you.
Thank you, matron.
Of course.
I'm sorry you were tricked.
You can see the expressions through Thomas, but there is shame. A deep shame of a mother who has failed her children. Tricks can be undone, and things can be righted. Thank you.
And they will be.
Of that I have no doubt. I see why Minri chose you. No matter how dark the day, no matter how stacked the odds feel, you're very much like her. And you keep doing. And you keep going. And I am, much like Nivien, finding myself incredibly impressed. To know
Are they okay?
they are on a journey of grappling with the monstrosity inside, but they are okay. They are okay. What I do know is that they send you all their love. What I know is that they miss you dearly. And to know that two of you were touched by fate, by myself and a friend that I hold very dear, gives this dark soul hope in the world to come. Thank you.
You honor us.
You honor us. Thomas and Ileana stand, bow as they step into shadow and apparate.
Uldiel? Oh, Ildian. Oh, sorry.
Ileana, you're
Ileana,
okay,
the
you're
Raven
okay.
Queen.
Yep.
The Raven Queen. Yeah.
And they again kiss your hands, Echinacea, as they back into shadow and disappear. But in its state, or do you guys linger in the space, or are you beginning to head out?
When there is some time as we're heading out, I think Zio is going to try and pull Echinacea aside. I know you just muted.
No, you're good.
I think this would be something that would happen on their way back to the abode. Especially with all the conversations about phoenixes. Zio pulls Echinacea and says, I know you're really tired, and I shouldn't ask this of you, but you brought it up, and would it be okay if we could send him a message?
Yes.
Okay. And then Zio kind of thinks what to say. We may have learned of a way to heal you. The answer is in Sunwall. Don't forget, phoenixes are meant to rise from ashes.
All right. They will cast, and they're going to add something to this. So they will cast sending twice.
Okay. And you will get 2 responses, or he will be able to give 2 responses.
Or 50 words, or whatever the case may be, yeah.
Sure. Yep.
Wait. You may have learned of a way to heal you. The answer is in Sunwall. An item that can pull the primordial current from you. And I know someone who can use it. Zio says not to forget that phoenixes are meant to rise from the ashes. Please don't hurt them.
Sunwall. Noted. Thank you. I am not a phoenix.
Can I flex cast to send to this motherfucker again?
Sure. I
Roll the 26. Nope, wait, no, 29. I know where the dot is. They say, do you want your condition healed? If so, we are willing to help you.
Why?
What happens on the 29?
Oh,
One
shit.
sec.
Nope, I got it. Don't, get up. Give me 1 second.
I found it. I teleport 60 feet into an unoccupied space that I can see.
You just pop down the road 60 feet.
You're right. As they walk back to Zio, they're like, oh no, and they're gonna flex cast again.
No, he's like, what are you doing?
What is this? 17.
17.
Oh my god. Yeah.
You take D4
It's fine.
psychic damage. You don't cast
Yeah,
Sending.
okay.
I also wasn't done speaking as Wit.
I thought.
I'm
sorry. You paused for a long enough period.
That's fair. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
They offered to.
Yes.
They said why.
He said why. What is it that I have to do to earn that help? Things like that don't come free, and I know that. Who can help me? What is their name? Or not who can help me, who can use it? What is their name? Because you said there was somebody you know who can use the machine.
Seeing this like
And
back
he
and
casts
forth.
Sending.
Oh shit, motherfucker! How does he get Sending? This sucks.
He's a bard.
Oh yeah, he is. Ah, poo.
All right. This way, you can just respond to me. You're welcome. I'm very giving.
What an asshole.
Fuck you.
We are not you. There is no cost. And I will not tell you this person's name. Because I love them. Just angry.
The message is received and he does not send back.
Seeing the furrow in Echinacea's brow, Zio's like, he's such an asshole. I'm sorry.
They relayed the entire conversation. I just don't want Casimir to get hurt.
I don't want him to get hurt either. It's okay that you didn't tell him. Zio feels like a wave of emotion that they're unsure of, like, where it comes from. I don't... Ever since meeting him, there are there are things that I've had to discover about myself and the powers that be that control what is happening to me. And it makes me so angry because I'm willing to sacrifice. I think I'm willing to sacrifice pieces of myself to better understand.
Echinacea wraps Zio in a hug immediately. I would beg you not to sacrifice a single piece of yourself, Zio. Not one piece.
A part of me is, if I can be honest, I think a part of me is a little jealous of you.
Why?
Because you're able to inspire others.
I disappoint people, Zio.
No, you don't.
Yes, I did today. You inspire people too. Do you remember the first thing I asked you?
It's been a long time, so no.
It's okay if you don't. I don't have as many memories to go through as you do. I asked you if you could show me how to live, because you're so good at it. I think you're inspiring.
Can Halitus has been speaking to me, and I have not been speaking back. If it's okay, could we try and speak with them? If you can be there for me.
Yes.
I don't know what else there is to do when it's the right time, but I don't want to do it in the city.
We'll be there for you. Whenever and wherever. I'm sorry this is weighing on you.
It's okay.
It doesn't have to be okay, Zio. You don't look okay.
If I can't help someone like Wit, then that means that I can't help Isteris. And that everything I believe in is wrong.
I know you're not going to like the source. But I learned today that you cannot help people who do not want to be helped. And I think Monroe is right about that. I think not everything is up to us. And it isn't your failing if Wit refuses your help. And it isn't your failing if Isteris refuses your help. Their choices aren't yours.
Zio loops once again their arm around Echinacea and just sort of, as they walk, is very close, kind of like their head almost leaned against them.
Okay. Perfect. Lazuli, anything that you're doing in this time, or are you just kind of like silently kind of following along? Okay.
Is Uldiel walking beside her? I need to know.
Yes, absolutely. I think she's walking flanked with Lazuli, and she is walking very much like a soldier, and I think that she is trying to do small talk. It's not happening. It's not working. But Uldiel, just kind of lean over to you, Lazuli. If you are a fighter, I would like to spar and see what you can do. I would like to assess all of your abilities before we are met with a Wildraven and ultimately Kolyada. I want to help you all.
Right. Well, I primarily use ranged weapons.
There's no cowardice in distance.
It's not what
I said there is no cowardice in distance. It's good.
I agree.
I'm sorry if I offended you.
No. Well,
well, actually, fuck you.
it's a trend today of Lazuli not saying what she means initially. But I have recently had the opportunity of not being a ranged weapon wielder. And she like switches the Rapidash to the rapier.
Fucking knew it, dude.
Suppose
The Rapidash.
Thanor
this does
metal.
give me some range, but not as much as a rifle would.
Well, I will happily help any of you, and she kind of speaks loud enough for everybody here. Help you or any of you hone any skills that you would like to. I am well versed in combat as well as healing, so please, my skills are at your disposal.
Interesting. Training.
Yes.
Let's get down to business.
To defeat that bitch.
Corvette.
Let's beat that twink's ass. I fucking hate it. You're not suited for the rage of war.
Disney, don't come at us.
Or do. What are you gonna do about it, bitch?
I mean,
Hey.
it was technically a satire song.
True. Until I started singing the lyrics. Okay, so you're all journeying back. Monroe is kind of lingering behind. Anything else that anybody would like to do? Please.
When they return,
I was gonna say, yeah.
just seeing that Monroe has lingered and wanting to be there, being there for Zio, the journey home, understanding that Zio is grappling with a lot. They don't break that until Zio goes into the abode and go back to Monroe. I'm sorry.
Why? You learned a lot of very good stuff tonight. And it looks like you have a very good ally at your back. And I'm very happy for you.
Thank you. I am sorry for how emotional I became during dinner.
It's okay. I meant what I said.
I know.
I didn't want to lie to you. And I understand that, you are a doctor and a healer. But I am not going to lie to you. hate the way that people were treated. The way that people are still treated.
I know.
I don't want to...
You're right to feel that way.
I know.
I think the weight on Echinacea is almost visible just this entire day. Just with shoulders forward, they take Monroe's hands and say, I would like to make something to keep you safe. If you will allow me.
If it's something you think I deserve?
Not tonight. I'm afraid I'll do it wrong if it is tonight.
He wraps his pinkies around yours. That's okay. I have a stipulation.
Surprise, surprise. This man doesn't do anything without getting something in fucking return. I'm sorry, that's the truth.
Is this the preludes? Is that what you're talking about? I couldn't help but notice that you don't have one. I will only accept one if you make one for yourself. Because I think you too deserve that protection.
Their head just thunks against his sternum.
He just hugs them.
Muffled. Okay.
You deserve that protection that you offer so many people. And this is something you can do for yourself. The prelude. So I will accept one if one is made for you too.
There may be days where they'd argue. They're too fucking exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
Do you need help getting up to your room?
No.
Okay. I have to go walk back to the car.
Oh no.
He's like, I'll take a trolley. Go rest. Okay?
Please be safe. Thank you for dinner. Sorry I was not a fun dinner date.
You don't have to be fun. I presented something that wasn't fun. That's not your fault, it's mine. But, no, sorry. It's Angie and Lou being like, mm-hmm.
Yeah, bitch.
But again,
It is your fault.
I break the record here. You're still my friend.
You're still my friend.
Go rest.
At least he has one friend.
It was fun going, ooh. Technically 2 with Lapis. And 3 with Richter. All right. So, you begin to head in. I assume everybody's going to bed here? Okay. Zio, you crawl up into your treehouse. Lulu is there waiting for you. The two of you snuggle in bed as you fade off to rest. She sort of just licks your forehead and just says, the scent of a long day is rampant through the space. I hope that you are able to sleep comfortably knowing that I am here with you.
Thank you, Lulu.
You're welcome, Zio. I love you.
I love you.
Snuggles up, kind of curls around you as you guys head to bed. Lazuli, you head up to your room. Uldiel has already kind of walked past and says, "Oh, a humble abode. That makes sense now. Room. All right, good night." She thinks about it and then walks
Really,
upstairs.
peek behind, or see if she can.
Yeah. Give me a perception check as you try to like catch a glimpse of the room.
19.
It's actually like a pretty princess room. It's actually quite dainty and soft. It looks.
Oh, that's adorable.
It looks like the bedchambers of like a Feywild princess. It's actually incredibly soft.
My God.
It's like pastels, pastel blues, like a lot of silver and white. The bed frame has this like beautiful like sheer awning. It's a lot. But you head to your room. Richter is writing some letters and just kind of looks at you. Welcome back. Are you ready for bed? He has cleaned up the space a bit.
This leads to mind. She's just like, I yelled at Monroe today.
Why?
She'll relay the thing, like the conversation in a lot of detail. Like, and then, and I said this, and then he.
I'm sorry.
Why?
I guess I didn't realize he was doing that.
Well, I guess I didn't either until Echinacea came back with tears in their eyes, and
You made them cry?
I don't think he made them cry. It's the situation, and they have plenty of reason to cry. For many things. So,
True.
and I do believe it is good to express your feelings instead of holding them in. And they did feel safe to do so with them. So, I suppose that's a good thing. Hello, puppy.
Hi.
What?
Oh.
Can I help you? Anyways.
He just, I think at this time, like he's grabbing you pajamas as he just sort of is like, yes. And the two of you head to bed. Echinacea, you head into your room. You see a stack of new books placed on your bedside table. You see a bouquet of fresh roses. And you do see Kaylin passed out in your bed.
Oh, that's so sweet.
They burst into tears and make sure it's silent by covering their face.
Give me a performance
No!
check. Yeah, he's a fucking cleric, dude. That perception's nuts. Natural 20.
You bitch. Maybe I got a nat 20.
Okay, so this is performance versus insight.
Rollies,
No. Let's see. Okay, so with a natural 20, his perception is 28.
Yeah, I got 23 total.
Oh,
It's for a moment, but he immediately sits up and just, hey, are you okay? Oh, sorry, I just completely went in your bed. I was cleaning and
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Do you want to come here? Come here. Takes them and like, do you need pajamas? Okay.
They have no words.
Yeah, no words. He fluffs the pillow under their head. He like pulls them up to be as comfortable and taut as possible. He wraps the blanket around them. He pulls them very flush with his chest, and he starts singing some songs in Elvish. Just some lullabies that he's learned. And he's just sort of rocking Echinacea back and forth, rubbing their back and kissing their forehead.
They're out so fast.
Yeah, as the two of you fall asleep and everybody takes a long rest. And that is where we're going to call tonight's session of Known Realms Tolesh. Gamers! Oh, that was a lot. Sorry about that, guys. Why did I pin that message randomly? Get out of here. Unpin this message. Thank you guys for tuning in to this week's chapter of Known Realms Tolesh. Before we head out, let's go ahead and outro our group of adventurers, starting with Angie.
I was about to eat a sour gummy, but instead I'm saying goodbye. Also, look how big this look how big this
didn't pay
bag of sour gummies that Button sent me. And even better, they sent me two. Anyways, hi, I'm Angie, they, them pronouns. I've played Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. You can find me at Agonethetic, anywhere on the internet where it matters. And yeah.
Thank you. Lou.
And I'll be in the woods for the next 5 days.
Boo.
Buddy. Ah.
You're muted,
Beautiful.
babe. You're muted, babe.
This is Luzelia under.
Oh yeah, Button.
No, I don't want to.
Go ahead, Lou.
I painted this eye. I got to girl boss today, so that's always good. I girl bossed via Lazuli, in which I play, and we use she/her pronouns, and the person playing Lazuli is me. Who you can find on Luzelia _ Alright. No, Luzelia, not Lazuli. On social medias. There you go. I did great.
Thank you. Button.
Hello, my name's Button. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. My pronouns are they, them. So are Echinaceas. Thank you for putting up with all the crying.
Nobody put up with anything. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm the Archivist here for Known Realms, and I am going to be the Archivist for a couple other things that are coming to the channel relatively soon. Some fun stuff, and yeah. So until next week, we'll see you for Chapter 34, and we'll see you in the next adventure.
This is what I want to do to Monroe.
Good night, everybody. We're going to throw you over to a raid to our friends over at Total Party Kiss. They are playing their Tragedy Theologian campaign. So tell them that we said hello. Make sure to refresh that page so their viewers stack. And we will see you guys next week. Bye.